Welcome back to Midwest Linux Gaming. I'm your host, as usual, Stompin' Llama. And today, we're back into the glorious times and world of Vanadiel. Continuing our march towards the end of Wings of the Goddess. Now, we just finished up the last of the nation quests. And, fortunately, all that means is we are now approaching the end. Because now we are going to finish up, well, we're starting on quest number 38 of 54 of this expansion. And my goodness, once we get to 41, we have a mess on our hands. But that's because 41 is broken up into 4 subdivisions, 4 subquests. And the first subquest has 3 parts to it. It is an entire mess, and that's mission 41. So we're going to probably get started on that and maybe even end it. But that's probably all we're going to get, to be honest. So, start with, we need to... Well, we don't really... Lilisette is now gone. And what do we do when we get done with these nation quests? We always go back to the Lion Springs Tavern. As the world seems to have made its choice of which future it wants to be brought about. And sadly, it appears not to be the one we and our character and Lilisette are from. But we need to remember, Ragnalise said after that flash of light happened that the darkness was not the right path, which suggests that he made that choice, saw the consequences of it, and realized that was dumb. Let's not do that. That's all we can hope for. We're not even sure Mayakov is gonna know, remember her. Niels! Where have you been all this time? Without you, I was wandering around aimlessly like a stray kitten. A lost soul. Did not make choice in time. Ouch. Ever since we lost Lilisette, I've traversed the land, observing the changes that have come to pass, bearing witness. Come with me, Ragnios. There's something I need you to see. A show and tell. Look yonder. Truth! I want to see those legs higher! Touching the skies! Stop! For the love of the goddess, stop! Whatever am I supposed to do with you? Must I remind you of something so basic as the 3 steps of the troop Mayakov? The grace of a war, the flight of swans. The vigor of 1,000 tigers. And last, but certainly not least, the charm of he who dances, for whom the dance troupe is named. Listen well. With the absence of Portia, the moon-shaped butterfly, the 3 of you must step up to fulfill her roles. Her shoes. Those shoes seem different. The audience expects us naught but the best from us, and I do not intend to disappoint. As you are now, however, you will fairly besmirch our illustrious reputation. Forgive us, Master Mayakov. We promise to give our very best. That inspirational monologue. I trust you heard. We're paying attention. The moon-shaped butterfly is supposed to be Lilisette, not Portia. The daughter, not the mother. It's as though the poor girl no longer exists, has been wiped from reality. There can be no doubt as to the cause of this, the reason why. It all started that day, when Lilisette was reduced to so many glowing memory orbs and devoured by Atomos, swallowed whole. Who goes there? Getting an eyeful of my girls, were you? Undressing them in your sinful mind? Don't even think to deny it. Gandalf! No, it's a misunderstanding! Look, Ragnias is on your side, a friend! Do you presume that I, Alexei Mayakov, dancer extraordinaire, would befriend any cod off the street? Utterly absurd! So these despicable Gawker, and his odious beastmen accomplice out the door! What did you call me? I mean, what else would you call Kite Sith? Ooh, ow! Golka are large for a reason! Think twice before you throw your faces here again! I hate to say this, Ragnias, but even your existence is under threat. In jeopardy. You're not wrong. The future looks grimmer than ever. Dark clouds gather. Look up to the sky, if you would, and tilt back your head. Oh, yeah, that is exceptionally large. The comet grows ever larger. Every second brings it nearer. It's only a matter of time before the far future whence you came is consumed, forever lost. Then all that remains will surely be a reality of conflict and strife, a world enveloped in darkness. Together, you and Lilisette formed the wings of the goddess. But now the champions of Dawn are incomplete, missing a piece. Oh, poor Lilisette. Is this truly the end? Checkmate? Will we all fade into nothingness? The beloved Tana along with us? The goddess's wish unfulfilled? We can't give up. You have the right of it, Rachnios. So long as we exist, we must cling to hope. Keep up the fight! That the children of Altana have proven so resilient in the face of adversity delights me to no end. And presses the whiskers off me. Now then, deep in the Northland, the war rages on. The outcome yet undecided. I propose we head there now and see how the struggle unfolds. Reassess the situation. Even though only one champion of Dawn remains to Altana, there may yet be a way to set the world to rights. And win back the future. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, we do know from the Bastok quests that Bastok still has troops up there. And I'm assuming Windhurst and Sandoria technically do as well. I'm assuming their storylines conclude with similar notions. I don't think Bastok would be alone up there. See, and it kinda seems like that all takes place before the main mission to Bastok, to Zarkabard, but maybe they do take place afterwards. Time travel storylines get very confusing very quickly. Like, oh so very confusing, oh so very quickly. We should just be able... Not the Seekers. Seekers is not for a while yet. Go to Zarkabard. So we must go back to the main rally point for Sandoria. Back to Rally Point Red. See how this battle works. It's happening. How goes the war effort, I wonder? About the... Where's everyone disappeared to? Where have they vanished? Oh, you're talking about the bodies? Oh, there they are. Goddess have mercy. So much death. Such devastation. Agnes, look! There's the survivors among the Allied forces. Those yet among the living. Those not fit to march shall remain here. The rest of you, take up your arms and fall in. We go to bolster the ambuscade. Who are they? Attend! I am Lady Lilith, Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces of Vanadiel. Supreme Commander of what? Huh? Some splinter faction of the Beastmen Confederate? We do not know who you are, but our forces are in the midst of battle. If you don't stand down, we shall strike you down as foemen. My dear, pitiful general. Infirm and feeble, yet still seeking to cling to the reins with wasted hands. It's a wonder your rabble army hasn't thrown you off its back. What did you say? So clouded your eyes have become, you couldn't recognize the truth even if it was thrust in front of you. You dare mock me to my face. I dare so much more than you dream, General. You are an old done man who has long outlived his usefulness. This you proved when you spurned my father's sage counsel, instead choosing a path of certain destruction for your people. Prattle all you wish, woman. None present have ears to lend this rot. Hear me well, good soldiers. Your faith in this man is ill-placed. Follow him if you would throw your lives away to no end. I am Vanadiel's chosen leader and custodian. From a distant future I have come to set this world on its rightful path. Recall to your minds the words of Ragnarly's B. Belmont on the day you cast him out in disgrace. Huh? Your kind cannot hope to defeat the Shadow Lord. Your mortal flesh cannot possess such strength as would overcome darkness. You think to weaken our resolve with your venomous tongue? If it is your desire to survive the future of chaos that awaits, I counsel you to choose a stronger, wiser leader. I counsel you to follow me. Pledge unto me your undying loyalty, and I shall deliver you a future of everlasting glory. Your name, young man? Me. Nothing else, my dear. I have the honor of being Sir Heronard, a knight sworn in the kingdom of Sandoria. Tell me true, are you prepared to sacrifice all for your cause? Even if your flesh becomes spent and your soul consumed, will you fight on? That goes without saying. Even should I be the last man left standing, I shall never yield the enemy. Then I trust you shan't balk at bearing the yoke of immortality. Be still now. That's a good night. This power surging from within. It's magnificent. And here I thought we had something. How truly disappointing. Ernod! Why, you vile witch! What? I shall say it once more. Pledge unto me your undying loyalty, and the gift and burden of immortality. The might to oppose the Shadow Lord shall be yours. Know this, though, that only those whose mind and body forged of the strongest steel can house the power of gods. Like he who once counted himself among you. No, this can't be. Sir Agnes? Be this some sick jest? Agnes, do my eyes deceive me? Let it be proclaimed to the corners of the world, to men and beastmen alike, Lady Lilith, Vanadiel's great leader and custodian, is come. Bearing the quenchless flames of Asgarth, I shall be the fiery beacon that illuminates the one true path. O mighty Atamos, fearsome distorter of time! We, the rightful heirs to the future, bid you grant us our inheritance. Forge for us a reality untainted by the malefic will of Altana. A world where man is master of his own destiny. I am partial to the strong. Those who deem themselves worthy of a place in my dominion are most welcome to seek me out. Tell me, Larzos, why do I still sense the presence of that wretched feline and its companion?
Beg pardons, milady, but the cat has proven quite elusive.
They've been forced onto the precipice and are nigh depleted of options. It ought not prove difficult to anticipate their next move. Go forth and lie in wait, and crush them when they're next fool enough to show themselves.
As milady commands.
Our prospects are bleak beyond all reckoning, chin deep in mud. Lilith continues to gain ground in the struggle, gathers impetus. For a child of Altana to relinquish his soul to darkness is unthinkable, unimaginable. There must be some way for us to forestall Lilith's plans, foil her ambition. Think with me, Rachnios.
Yeah, there's not many other options. We could give up and live out our days in peace, which is not going to be long. Or we could add our sword arms.
I'm afraid that won't avail us against the vast armies of the Shadow Lord. Make next to no difference.
The only other option is to give up.
That champion of Dawn would make such a suggestion is atrocious, beneath contempt.
I'm not sure how, but...
Find and bring back Lilisette? Could such a thing be done? Can it be done? Oh, I dare not raise my hopes. I was present, after all, when Atamos made a meal of Lilisette, a bore witness to the tragedy. But if we were to take that, then used it like so. Ragnos, you truly are a rare genius, unappreciated in your own time.
Who said that?
Given the urgency of our plight, we've no choice but to take the issue straight to the source, the Chocobo's mouth. The avatar who presides over time, that is, Atamos. Ragnos, do you recall the first time you traveled to this world? Your maiden voyage here? There's a place where your essence first brushed against the threshold of reality, the gateway to the past. I trust you've already figured out where we must go. Our next destination. We make for the cavernous maw, Ragnos, to retrieve Lilisette. Rescue the girl!
And specifically, one of the original 3 that you would have interacted with to start the expansion. One of the ones in Batilda Downs, Rolandberry Fields, or Saramong Champagne. Wrong direction? Because I forgot there's 2 green markers. What in the world? Huh. First time I've seen that thing flying about. Kind of reminded me of that one... Oh, that one flying... dragon in... Why am I drawing? In Abyssia. I believe it's an Atoa Chasm. It is literally flying and you cannot hurt it with melee. It's like magic and arrows only. It is rather annoying. And it says specifically that we can use any one of these, although I don't... Now, the Batilda Downs one in particular is the one we actually used, if I remember correctly. So we might as well use the same one. All right, Atamos. Do your worst. The vines covering the cavernous maw shudder violently. Absorbed.
Well, we are here. Mind that you conduct yourself appropriately, Rachnios. Acquit yourself well.
There it is. The true maw itself.
Oh, fearsome distorter of time, Artabos. We humbly beseech your succor. A little bit of help. Unless the situation takes a turn for the better, the brighter future shall be lost forever and be given to the darkness. It is the divine will of Oltana that the evil does not befall the world. We must avert in the goddess's name.
As the one-winged bird knows not the skies, incomplete, the champions of the dawn can ill uphold the will of Oltana.
We know that all too well, are painfully aware. That's why we've come here, to recover the goddess's lost wing. You deemed Lilisette's existence dispensable, and so disposed of her memories. Consumed them to the last orb. But we need those memories restored. We want Lilisette back. We implore you, Atamos, return the poor girl to us. Show pity.
The memories of the young girl, Atamos, indeed consumed.
So, where's Lilisette now? You must appraise us of her whereabouts. Reveal her location.
All memories deemed dispensable are deposited here in the Walk of Echoes.
Then, here's where we should look and conduct the search. Given the walk's vastness, this may prove to be a time-consuming task. It take a considerable while.
Found you at long last.
Spite Wardens! Watch out! Take cover!
Bah!
Rachnios, you must track down Lilisette's memories. Find them all. It's the only way to preserve the future. Stay the encroaching darkness. Why, you stupid cat!
I think we found a point of convalescence that appears to be scattering
The memories of the girl have been scattered. Upon them, the pure white feathers born. Go forth, faithful child of Altana. Find that which you seek. Infinite paths converge upon a single reality. None can decide the future. No man, no God. Farewell, champion of the dawn. When the harbinger cometh, the champions of dawn shall descend. With wings divine, in radiance blessed, the eternal night is end. Tear of the goddess, guide Sith. In this child you have found a worthy champion.
Didn't mean for that to be such a gurgly graw. Too much of the deep voice really does anger the throat. And so with that, we have 4, technically 6, subquests that have unlocked. Technically there are 3 of them, but the first one has a 3-part subquest on top of it, making it 3 subquests on top of the 4th. So that's technically 6. But that's not the one we're going to start with. Instead, we're going to start with another one at a different point for one reason and one reason only. It requires an in-game day wait. I didn't realize we were going to be in the past. Let us go back to the present. Ah, okay. We do have a item requirement. But, well, first of all, we have to go to Sandoria. Because I may have this item already. Item search. So, furs. Filasso. Helps if I spell philosopher right. Philo. Stone. No instances. Well, it was worth a shot. We can see what they go for on the market board anyway. Because regardless, we gotta... I meant to say no and instead go straight to the auction house, but it's not like we're going to be missing that much of a time. I must have had one at one time. And since it is used in a Moggarden quest, probably had one at one point. At least one. Let's see, and it is from Skirmish, so I don't imagine they're super hard to find. Alright, bid. Materials. Alchemy 1. Way down in the P. Ah, they're only 10,000. It is always a crapshoot to try and get things for slightly under market value. You can hope someone put it up there for under, but there's no guarantee of it. Fine. We will pay 10,000 for a philosopher's stone. Fine. And so the first person we have to talk to is the old woman who made the medicine for Ragnalise. The one who helped us plant that tree. Wrong house. There you are. Ah. Hello, young man. What brings you to my humble abode? After a draft to fix up a cough, mayhap? Oh no, I'm looking for specific things. You're seeking a fiery-haired lass called Lilisette? Happens to be Sir Ragnalise's daughter, no less. A strange word you speak. And would that they could be made reality. But folks hereabouts know all too well that Sir Ragnalise and Lady Portia never had children. A couple painted in heaven they were, yet fate did not deem it fit to bless them with the joys of parenthood. One could only imagine the little angels they might have brought forth into the world. Why, the mere thought of them makes me wistful beyond words. You must forgive me. This woman's mind is wont to wander on occasion. Going back to your question, I'm afraid no Lilisette has come by here. Huh? A friend of yours suffers from an affliction similar to Sir Ragnalise? Ah, and it be your wish to see him healed.
Back in my day, a simple brew to relieve pain was all I had to offer. But medicine's a living and ever-evolving science, and mayhap the years have seen the discovery of a cure. I've been told that a physician in Juneau, a learned young man, might he be?
Oh boy.
Might be he can assist ye.
Good lord, that's a sentence. And if you remember, Chains of Promethea, early Chains of Promethea, there's one doctor that they could be referring to. And as far as trusts go, actually he's one of the few very good ones. Like, continually extremely good. I just had to check to make sure the monthlies had not reset on me. And that would be Monbro. Probably one of the only people who could even have such a thing. Monbro. Greetings, good sir. What ails you this day? Huh? A spirited lass of human Elvan heritage, crowned with fiery red hair? I fear I've not had the pleasure of her acquaintance. I assure you I'd not forget soon a meeting with such an intriguing lady. Sir Ragnarly's? Ah, yes! As great a knight as there ever was. 'Twas not long after the war he came to Juneau, seeking treatment. Alas, the duchy had been reduced to a ruin and wanted for facilities. I was but a child back then. Interned to this infirmary. But it pained me still that naught could be done to save Sir Ragnarly's. Wish you could cure a friend with the same affliction as that ailed Sir Ragnarly's? Much time has passed since the war's end, 'tis true. Yet modern medicine's no closer to finding a cure for that malady. No other cases were known to exist, you see, and research on the condition had stalled before it even began. Supposition, however, has crossed my mind a number of times. What if this affliction weren't a simple illness of flesh as first thought, but something spawned of sorcery, a curse, as it were? Should any knowledge exist pertaining to it, I would stake that it can be found in the Opistery in Windhurst. Countless tomes, veritable gold mines of knowledge, are said to have survived the fires of war. I'd love naught more than to pour through them with my own eyes, for my responsibilities which keep me here at the duchy. So that's Windhurst. Specifically Windhurst Waters. Point number 1. Yep, there it is, the Apostary. And they said it's in the east side, which would be to our left. The library book on the east wall. It'd be this one, I think. The title reads, A Complete Compendium of Curses. A page corner has been folded over. Aha! Curses and the defense and treatment thereof. Take ye a philosopher's stone unto a spring favored by pixie kind. Immerse it of a night in the pure cleansing waters. Thus doth a philosopher's stone assume counter curse properties. Ground the resultant ingredient to fine powder from which an infusion can be prepared for the afflicted. The instructions continue. Be fairly warned. Curses are manifold and complex in nature. Ergo, this recipe may prove fruitless against certain strains of the affliction. It's worth a shot. 'Twould seem maybe a little late for that. Although the most interesting thing is that both Portia and Ragnalise are both suffering from this same curse. But only Ragnalise in Lilisette's memories is known to be afflicted. Which is an interesting thing to make note of. I'm gonna try something kind of potentially silly. And see if I can't do these campaign warps they keep talking about. Because they say this is the closest one, and this is not the first time we've stumbled across this, that they say that. I just don't know where these supposedly campaign arbiters are at. Nor how you use them. Worst case scenario, we'll have to just... I'm assuming that's this one here, the CA. Ah, there you are. We need to go to Grauberg. Ah, of course I don't have any campaign notes. Couldn't use them anyway if I wanted to. I was afraid of that. In which case we'll just go the easy route through the survival guide. We won't worry about that. Now, I could just trade in one of my copper vouchers for a bunch of allied notes, but... Next page, that would be in the Gustavsburg front. Grauberg. And we need to go to F5. The Fay Glen up there. Looks like our best way to do that is south and then east and up. At least assuming the map is accurate. Which these annotated maps will help. Now, if anyone's done any Void Watch, that there is supposedly a faster way. I mean, obviously there's the campaign arbiter, but you need to have done some campaign, and I haven't. Or, like I said, you trade in one of your copper vouchers for allied notes. It's what I did to get the Kroror when I was doing Abyssia. That was a long time ago at this point. And again, Abyssia came about post Wings of the Goddess, once you actually explore the broken and terrible world Lilith comes from. And you can see exactly why she ended up the way she did. I can't imagine being like one of the few only children of Altana born. Good lord. That would really mess with your head. I mean, I joke about it being 30 people on the face of the planet, but under 60 is a probably more accurate number. And suddenly the music has stopped. That is exceptionally weird, I'm assuming because it's morning. Ah, there's a hippogriff. It's kind of a shame that Grauberg just gets shut off in the main early in the base game. That's the word I was looking for, base game. Definitely has some very interesting life inside of its cavernous valley walls. Not the least of which are some pixies. Which are most definitely an inspiration for the pixies in Final Fantasy XIV. And here we are, the Fey Blossoms. You immerse the Philosopher's Stone in the spring. And now we must wait an in-game day. And as such, that one is now on hold. So we might as well start another one of these quests and come back to this one towards the end. Oh, and those are all available in Lower Juno. That's a good thing we came to Juno, because we need to go to Lower Juno for one of the, I don't want to say one of. There's 3 items we need for one of these sub-quests. Because now we're doing the sub-sub quests, of which there are 3. But we need to get from... Okay, where's the map? We need a wide scan for... Where are you? She's all the way up there? Oh, let me guess. Is she inside the... Oh, she's inside the... I'm at the wrong end of this area, then. I mean, it makes sense, considering what we're going to be buying from her, but still. But still. She's a Tenshudo vendor. I mean, she's inside of the Neptune's Spire. Took me for half a second to remember that it's called the Neptune Spire. There you are. We need a holy basil, ground wasabi, and some rice vinegar. And now we go back to Sandoria. From East Ronfor. We now have to enter Southern Sandoria from East Ronfor to activate this quest. It's a little weird. Little weird to be certain, but that is the way of things sometimes. Alright, the Dragon Quest event is going on. It's like it was when we strolled in for the first time.
The town brims with life like always. So little has changed over the years. I scarce had a moment to myself last time I visited. Everything felt like a blur. So today, I think I shall treat myself to a leisurely stroll down memory lane.
And that is now activated specifically these three subquests. I'm going to start with okay, we can start with the one in Southern Sandoria. Oh, excuse me, Port Sandoria. Which means we might as well trade in one of our, at least one, if not two, of our things for some allied notes. Rolandine. We need to exchange one of our currencies for currency of allied notes. You know what? Throw in 10. Give me 10,000. Yes, give me 10,000. You get a lot of those copper vouchers just tons of them. I mean, for not even trying, so exchanging them for currencies are extremely useful. Port Sandoria. Over here. To the Rusty Anchor Pub. Okay, this one actually recommends starting the last quest at this point with this quest, because guess who we're going to talk to again? Ah, the good old lady.
Welcome. What'll it be?
What's that? Wish to know if a red-haired girl has been here of late. Apologies, I can't assist you at present. The kitchen demands my undivided attention. Wait a moment. You're an adventurer, are you not? That's right. Truly? Oh, goddess be praised! I have an urgent need of assistance. Hear me out. I beg you. I invented a new bean dish, you see. I inquire that a sample be delivered to Amura, an elderly resident of southern Sandoria. She has been my nose and mouth ever since I swapped my fishing rod for a skillet. It's become a custom between us that I have her apply her senses to a new cuisine I make. Would be that I could make the delivery myself while still fresh and piping hot, but my customers have such a voracious appetites that they must be fed. Should you do me this favor, you may consider my aid at your disposal. And we have his bean creation. Now back we go to talk to Amura. That kind old lady once again. Amura, I have a bean dish for you to try. And either Owen is still standing here, or on the same type of quest, or they're just sitting here. That's a decently geared thief here. Decently geared. Hello, young man. What brings you to my humble abode? After a draft to fix up a cough, mayhap? What is the source of this mouth-watering aroma, pray? Why, it's your friend. He's made a new dish. What have we here? If my memory's not mistaken, though like it is not, it is, I've never laid my eyes on such cuisine. Ah, a new culinary creation of old Therod's, is it? I can't recall the last time he sent me a sample. Let's try a mouthful, shall we? My goodness! Such a delectable harmony of flavors. Brings back the memories, it does. Back in the day, Therod would oft rely on my taste buds. As I recall, it'd be myself and this other girl who'd attend the tastings. Oh, that girl loved Therod's bean dishes so. The way her eyes would sparkle as she fell upon each bowl never once failed to bring a smile to my face. What she looked like, though, I can't seem to remember. Curse this failing memory. I do ramble. Apologies, young man. I'm sure you've got better things to do than listening to a withered old woman's prattle. Thank you for bringing the sample. Be sure to tell Therod that his new dish is bound to be a sensation.
Will do, ma'am. Will do. Back to Port Sandoria. I'll come. Okay, Therid.
Oh, you're back. I trust you had no difficulty making the delivery in good speed.
Now, for good or ill, the moment of truth has come.
What words did Amara have for me?
It's bound to be a sensation.
Oh, not as truly more heartening than the vote of confidence from her. I can add the dish to my establishment's menu without reserve.
Now then, I believe you had a request of me.
By his way of thanks, I shall do all in my power to assist you. You were searching for a friend, I believe? Describe her to me, and we shall see whether or not she's indeed been here. A girl born of human Elevan parents, with hair kissed by fire. You've done me a great kindness, but I fear I may not be of much help in your quest. I could have sworn seeing who you described, but I can neither say when or where that is.
We seem to be dipping in and out from memories.
Mr. Therid!
Why, if it isn't dear Lilisette, come to pay a visit. Have you been keeping well, lass?
But of course.
Have you ever known me to be kept unwell? It pleases me nothing more than to hear that. It pleased me any more, however, if you would be the first to taste my new bean dish.
Truly, I've been outside all day and I'm hungry enough to eat a chocobo.
As my lady commands, repast shall be served this instant. Voila! I give you my latest culinary invention. It's fresh off the cook fire, though, so take care not to scald yourself.
Wow! It looks so good! Over the lips and
Pass the gums. Look out, tummy. Here it comes. Bon appetit. I eagerly await your impression. We have retrieved our first memory. Huh?
Phew. Thanks for the meal, Master Therid.
What is it?
Huh? It wasn't very good this time, though.
What did you say?
Used a different salt, right? It's got too much edge, so it isn't flattering on the beans.
Who do you presume to be, to find fault with my cuisine? I feed from my own hearth, and yet you have the gall to repay me with mockery. Away with you! Be gone from my sight!
Sorry, Mr. Therid.
So we've just witnessed the first absorption of a memory. It's coming back to me now. It feels like a lifetime ago that little red-haired girl criticized my cooking. She tore my fragile pride to shreds with her innocent words. In a fit of anger, I took leave of myself and chased the poor lass away. After she fled, however, I mulled over her comments and found naught but truth in them. It's as if she had... It was exactly as she said regarding the seasoning. In retrospect, many and more of my success stories, my better love dishes, owe their existence to her. She was undeserving of my anger. It still shames me to think of my unseemly behavior that day. Come to think of it, there's another little girl before that. One equally given to speaking her mind with regards to my cuisine. But age has taken its toll, I fear. My memory is reluctant to divulge anything in full nowadays. So I couldn't be of much help in your quest. But I promise you, next time I invent a dish, you shall be the first to sample in its savory delights. We've acquired our first tiny fragment. On to number 2. This requires us to go to northern Sandoria. Honestly, doesn't matter which one. Because actually there's 2 we can start here. First off, let's go talk to our good old friend, Halver. However it's pronounced. I pronounce it Haver. It's probably pronounced Halver. It's got an L in it. But when you do things like in halves, it's in halves. The L is silent. Yes. Have you business with me? Ah, 'tis you! When last we conversed, we were searching for a certain Crystal War veteran. Were you able to find who you sought? You were? Ah, that's pleasing news indeed. More pleasing still to know that I can turn to him again should the need arise. Your companion appears not to be with you today. Or have I confused you with another?
Pray forgive me. Keeping vigil here day after day, my mind is wont to wander on occasion. He does remember a fragment of Lilisette, which means we might be able to talk to Larzos again. That's why we picked up 2 lilacs when we picked him up the first time, because you need the second one now. But before we leave Sandoria, we can acquire another tiny memory fragment. And it's in its entirety, we basically don't have to leave Northern Sandoria over here. First of all, we have to come to the cathedral. And we're looking for... Abeliget. I think that's how that's pronounced. Again, these semi-French names are utterly baffling to try and read, much less pronounce. Be this your first visit to the cathedral? All of Altana's children are welcome here. Pray excuse me, but I could not help notice your interest in that man. His is a heart-rending tale. He seeks absolution for his callous treatment of a distraught young lady. Her name is unbeknown to him, but he refers to her only as the red-haired maiden. A young man, near your day passes that you are not here, offering words of prayer. Surely such devotion shall not go unnoticed by the goddess. I sincerely wish it were so, Friar, that I might have peace in my heart once more. I shall return to adding my prayers to those of others. May paradise open its gates to you. Indeed. And now we have to track him down. He should be all the way up to... all the way up by E4. E4. Wow, that is quite a ways away. Oh well, we'll take a walk through Northern Sandoria. I don't remember if we've ever, on screen, taken a walk through Northern Sandoria. Cat child. There you are. Bertrand. Bertrand. Aren't you that adventurer from the cathedral? I am. What do you remember about this red-haired maiden? You wish to know more of the maiden? It appears my sad exploits have taken notoriety far and wide. Very well. I've no reason to conceal this from you. On the contrary, I welcome it that more people would know me for the contemptible wretch I am. God, what did you do to this girl? That maiden is your friend? Oh, please, you must tell me where I might find her. I can't. So, not even you know her whereabouts. I suppose there's no help for that. Allow me to recount my tale then, as promised. It all began the day past when I went to attend a sermon at the cathedral. Good God, what did this man do that makes him so hate himself? It was when I first caught sight of her as she stepped through the doors, bathed in the radiant light of morn. Trite though it must sound, never before had I laid eyes upon such fairness. I still remember the ornament that adorned her fiery hair. But above all, I remember the deep sorrow that was graven upon her face. To simply imagine the pain that racked her gentle heart sent such a dagger sliding through mine own. The intensity of my emotions was such that I could not help but reach out to her. Beg pardons, my lady. If I might have a moment. Have we met? Breathe, Timmy, breathe! Something weighs heavy on your mind. That much is plain to see. I'd be honored to share that burden, if it pleases you. 'Tis a kind offer, but I would not presume to prevail upon a stranger. No, I insist. If there's aught I might do to ease your pain, you need but ask. This is highly unusual for me. But since you insist... For true? You have no idea how much this means to me. To think this vision of beauty would share me with her deepest hurts. I was above the moon with joy. That is until she launched into her story. She claimed to be a champion of the dawn, possessed of the ability to travel to the past. Powerful enemies had come from an alternate reality, and she was battling against them to ensure the survival of our world. In the midst of the struggle, however, someone dear to her fell into enemy hands. And to compound matters, those that once cared for her lost all memory of her existence. I consider myself worldly and well-traveled, but naught could have prepared me for the words that spilled from her lips. At some point in time, I can't say when, bemusement turned into amusement, and I decided that all of it was a great big fairy tale. I found myself staring at her wide-eyed, nodding dutifully as the events, each more fantastical and ridiculous than the last, were regaled to me in such intricate detail. And then the guillotine fell. I did that which cannot be undone. Hey, what's so funny? Mercy, lady, any more of this and my sides are like to burst. What? I don't believe this. You begged me to share my burden, and I oblige you for what? Have you rained spittle on me with all your laughter? That's right. It was all make-believe. That you derived such mirth from my tall tale made it worth the telling. Thank you for your precious time. Farewell. and Atomos take you!
Say they'd be losing my mind, or the biggest fool in the world to think it was a good idea to pour my heart out to some boorish stranger. My lady, where are you going?
I mean, that was extremely rude of you, but...
In hindsight, the graveness of which she told her story ought to have been as plain as day, even to this blind dolt. Whether or not there was truth to her words was immaterial. The point is she believed the genuineness of her tale. As such, it was utterly tactless, cruel rather, to make light of her as it did. Oh, would I wouldn't give a chance to see her again and beg forgiveness. You and I scarce know each other, but might I trouble you to tell me her name? Truth is, I've not been able to sleep at night for want of this knowledge. In light of the grievous wrong I did your friend, would I be surprised if you were able to begrudge me this favor? Yet I must ask that you take pity on me.
He does seem repentant. And it's not like it's gonna do any harm. She's literally not around anymore.
Lilisette. A beautiful name. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Having had this opportunity to talk to you, it feels like the weight of the world has been lifted off my shoulders. May the goddess bless you thrice over, kind adventurer.
And that is fragment number 2. And now we just need to finish off the third one by going back to the gravestone. Now, if you remember how to get there, we have to go to the necropolis. There it is, the necropolis, which I store in my favorites because it's a... Not only is it a weekly objective for your records of eminence, for free sparks and things of that nature, it's also a great place to get from like level 50 to level like 45 to 60? At least to level 55. At least from like 45 to 55. Because 60 you should be doing more Treasures of Otter Gone areas. Specifically from like 60 to 65? No, from 60 to like 75. You should be in Otter Gone area. Where is it? Job levels. Yeah, once you hit 60-ish, the merits in the Otter Gone areas should be... It should basically take you to pretty much 70. Where is it? Where's that lilac?
Why, hello there. A pleasant surprise seeing you here again. Oh, judging by that grim expression, something clearly troubles you. Why don't you get it off your chest? Whatever it might be, I might be of some help.
I'll tell you everything, but it's gonna be hard for you to believe.
Oh, that's the spirit. Go on. I'm all ears. Oh. Sorry, lad, but all of that flew right over my head. Despite all my years, I'm a simple man at heart. I fear all the talk of present and past and futures. It's beyond my fathoming. Seems to me, though, that boils down to simply this. Someone you hold dear is in trouble, though. Am I right? Then, I say your path is crystal clear. You've got to do whatever it takes to rescue that person. What in blazes?
Truth be told, I'd given myself up for lost. Having mother taken away before my very eyes. Having returning to Sandoria only to be greeted by a father who didn't know me. All of it was simply too much to bear. But I had Ragnios and XIV beside me. Always there, ever willing to share my burden and ever ready with a word to lift my spirits. It was when I realized that I wasn't alone. That I had friends I could depend on, who would never abandon me in my hour of need. Together we can overcome adversity. Together we'll defeat Lilith and protect our future and loved ones. Please, watch over me, Mother, Father. I promise to make you proud.
What in devil did I just see, man, now? How strange. Not unpleasant. Goes to show, the longer you live, the more you get to experience. I think I'm beginning to understand now, lad. Some parts are a bit sketchy, to be sure, but I believe I know what you're fighting to save. A winsome young lady and with a will full of steel. Gentle, yet headstrong. She's often misunderstood by folk. Get to know her well, though, and you can't help but cherish her. Not sure why, but for a second there I could have sworn it was a vision of Sir Ragnarly's I saw. Anyhow, seeing as you've got a dear friend to save, I won't keep you. This old man here will be cheering you on from afar.
Good, because I'm probably going to have to kill your equivalent. Hope you don't mind that. And with that, we acquired the last of the small fragments, and that became a large fragment, ending off the 3 sub-quests and the first of the sub-quests. And now we have... well, there's a couple more left. We should... it is time. We could pick up the 1, or we can keep that. Let's do teleportation assistance. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Is it the Norvaland front? Yes. We need the Batilda Downs guide first. This is the one that needs the 3 ingredients we picked up earlier. Here's a funny thing. The item we get from those is... well, they call it relish, but considering the ingredients are rice vinegar, wasabi, and basil, that's not what you make relish out of. I mean, you could call it a relish. It is a type of relish. I'm surprised the game mounted me up, to be honest.
Hurry, Portia! This way! Lilisette! It's bad enough we skip lessons, but to come all the way to Juneau without Mr. Mayakov's lead. Sheesh! Still going on about that? Doesn't it bother you that something unsavory might develop between those two? Of course it bothers you. That's why we're doing this. Come on, we're almost there. Lilisette, wait!
And now we've got to go all the way to the bulwark again. And the fastest way to do that is... is it part of Zuckelheim? It's not part of Zuckelheim. Rollenberry Fields is technically closer. Technically, there's a campaign arbiter, and we might want to use them. But these types of short walks, jaunts through the Champagne, well, through Rollenberry and then through the Champagne, briefly, don't take that long of a trip. And we've done them 3 or 4 times at this point. Of course, if the campaign arbiter is close, then it probably would have been faster to go to northern Sandoria and then warp to southern Sandoria in the past and use that one to come back to the campaign. Assuming they're that close, which they may not be. We'll have to see how actually close if there's a campaign one, an arbiter right there near the gate. It would be hilarious if there was. We have to wait for the NPCs to spawn in. It does take them a little bit. No, there's no arbiter here. I mean, the refiner's probably close enough, but we can't use them as a warp point. Oh! Oh, it's you. I see without your companion today. No. As I recall, you've always traveled alone, but... never mind that. The Allied forces continue its desperate struggle in the Northlands. Only the Knights of the Red Rose remain garrisoned here. You're free to proceed should you have any business with them.
Oh, you partook in Operation Snowstorm, didn't you? That was such a promising strategy. That a promising strategy like that should fail so spectacularly was a grave disappointment to us all. And to none more than Sir Norley. Though she'll not admit it, Sir Ragnarly's dismissal came as a personal blow. Yet the war rages on, concerning itself not with matters of the heart. It's all we can do to stay focused on our objectives. This is Shimin. Over. 'Tis I, Noluri. I require that the batch of Marshall rice balls be brought down to Batilda Downs, post haste. They shall be delivered at once, sir. This is highly uncharacteristic of the captain not to strike out amply supplied. This matter of Sir Ragnarly's must have weighed heavily on her mind. We, the Knights of the Red Rose, never leave base without rice balls, you see. 'Twould be no exaggeration to call them the beating heart of our rations. The key ingredient, a specifically prepared hot relish, puts a raging fire in one's belly, granting the resilience of 1,000 thorned roses. This recalls to my mind the time Captain Noluri sent for additional rice balls earlier in the war. Upon my arrival at the Catman, however, she vehemently insisted that she'd made no such request. She sent me back to base, not before reprimanding me for my indiscretion, with enough choice words to gag a gooboo. There'll not be a repeat of that episode, surely. Where did I put the relish? Of all the times I've exhausted our supply! Loath as I am to ask you of this, we urgently require a pot of Marshall relish. In the Von Curl Inlet resides a goblin named Ledavow. Bring her a bottle of rice vinegar, a jar of ground wasabi, and a sprig of holy basil, and she shall concoct the relish for you. Do make all haste. I shall remain here to prepare the rice balls in the meantime.
Sounds like something Lilisette might do to distract the Knights of the Red Rose, specifically Nuluri, from her obsession with Ragnarly's. Though that seems to be an entirely one-sided thing. I think I know where that music has been going on. We just happen to be, every time we're in one of these areas where that music's going on, it means a campaign is going on. It just happened to be every time. Oh, do you see that bright sun? Oh my lord. It's bright and early at 6 o'clock in the morning. Oh my goodness. Sun rising in the east just goes, oh. Cavernous maw, take me whole. Teleportation assistance back to Sandoria, northern Sandoria. Yes. Though we could have just taken the guide to the other Sandoria anyway. In order to go to that campaign arbiter. No, not the original area. Wings, that's Sandoria. Campaign arbiter. Yes, we need to go to the inlet. Cast me your magic. Cast upon me your best and finest of magics. Don't you dare. Sorry, I got distracted because suddenly the fans kicked on my computer and I'm like, Don't you dare suddenly get all full of warm in there. There's no reason you should be. You're at like 40 degrees Celsius. There's like no reason for you to kick on fans. Granted, the graphics card's at 50 degrees, but it's basically idle. This game's so old it basically sits at idle. Not exactly idle, it's at 15%, but it's like 50 degrees Celsius. Like, it's drawing almost no power. And Ledvow is... This is technically closer. I will not say it isn't. It is technically closer than having to go the long way round. Just closer, mind you. Alright, you goblin, you get your wasabi. What else did they need? The rice vinegar and the basil. There you go. What's this? You want Leda to fix you up a pod of martial relish? Alrighty then. Wait here and be like a good little boy. It'll be ready in a jiffy. The item I requested. Is it ready? The voice later, you mean? But of course, Lita never misses a deadline, you know. With this little gizmo in hand.
Oh, Lilisette.
Did I make a voice later, you ask? For a red-headed lass who answers to the name Lilisette? Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Lita's a goblin in high demand, you know. I got so many customers, it's hard to remember them all. Add a pinch of this if you're having a good time. A dash of that if you know you'll feel fine. Gobbies to the front, and simmer down. It's ready, and worth the wait, no doubt. Take it and clear some space for my other customers.
Oh. And so back we go to the Bulwark Gate. Fastest way to do that is once again through the survival guides. Teleportation assistance to Rolandberry, which is Durfland. One of these days I'll remember that's always in Durfland. Maybe. Maybe one day I'll remember. Take me away, cavernous maw! The fact that Lilisette has been purposefully playing matchmaker with her parents is hilarious. But also kind of a bootstrap paradox, to be honest. For if she's the reason they got together, and she's the direct result of it, of the union, who started that loop to begin with? Because if she was always meant to bring the parents together, and she's the result of them being together, it is a circular loop with no start and no end. It's a bootstrap paradox. A classic time travel paradox. And it is indeed a classic one. Dismount. Oh, it's you. I see you procured the requested pot of martial relish. You may proceed. pot of martial relish. You have my gratitude. And a goodly patch of rice balls stands ready to soak up the fiery goodness of the relish. Ahem. Testing. Testing!
Shamin, do you read me?
Sir Noilery, how may I serve you? I require a batch of martial rice balls be brought to Batilda Downs without delay. They should be delivered at once, sir. Just as I planned.
Oh, Lilisette, playing pranks on people.
There's a girl named Lilisette, you claim, who requested the rice balls the first time? Now that you mention it, the captain's voice did strike me as odd that day. Though such thing isn't altogether unusual when communicating via link pearl, to be sure. Of this so-called Lilisette, however, I have no knowledge. I would know more of this prankster, but I must need to attend my captain. By your leave?
And now we mount back up and go to Batilda Downs. It's just outside this and to the north.
Had only our rations held out, these foul fiends would not hurry us so. Where is Shamin? 'Tis long past time she arrived with rice balls.
It would seem the beastmen have yet to pass through here.
I would concur. Sir Ragnarles, pray forgive my forthrightness, but the moment seizes me, and I must speak my mind. Oft I've dreamed of the pleasure of your exclusive company, that we're on a peril-fraught mission that serves only to stoke the fires of my...
Ah. Aye, 'tis a strange coincidence, is it not? That we should find ourselves utterly alone, with not a single underling in sight.
Sir Ragnarles. Sir Noilery. Huh? Shamin, what's the meaning of this at whose command are you here? I bring the batch of martial
rice balls as for your request, sir. As per my request, you say? What are unit words? Pray tell. That would be march not without martial rice balls, sir. Do you mean to imply, then, that I, of all people, would have been remiss in keeping true to our most sacred motto? I would not dream of it, sir. It's just that moments ago... Lilisette! Where have you gone? Lilisette!
Portia! Is that truly you?
Sir Ragnalis.
But my lady, why do I find you here?
You see,
Once again, playing matchmaker with her own parents.
Sir Norlery, I've brought the martial rice balls as you bade, sir. You did request them, I hope? Aye, no mistake about it. I was under the impression, however, they would arrive a deal sooner. At once were the words used, were they not? They were, sir. On account of your tardiness, the red roses were left with no recourse but to fight an enemy on empty stomachs. Your peers shan't look kindly upon this. Do not doubt it. Forgive me, sir. Our supply of relish had been exhausted, and... Spare me your excuses. Be reminded that this isn't the first time you've vexed me in matters pertaining to rice balls. What matter of punishment would be apt to mend your chronic untimeliness, I wonder? Punishment? Mercy! Sir Norley? Noluri?
Lilisette. Oh, Lilisette.
Now, we could
immediately go and finish off that one.
In fact, let's do that now, because I've been bouncing back and forth in my head. Do we do this one, or do we do the other one? We've got 2 of the large memory fragments. There are 4 of them total. We should be able to retrieve this other one. Granted, it does require us... I'm going the completely wrong direction. So we just need to get back to the Fey Blossoms in Grauberg. Which means, once again, Maw, consume my flesh and being. Yum. Considering the Philosopher's Stone has spent 2 nights in the Pixie vicinity, hopefully it hasn't, crumbled to dust or anything like that. That would be disappointing. Southern Sandoria, let us go. Campaign Arbiter, I require another transport. Juanito continues to wait near the Campaign Arbiter. Grauberg, take me there. Mage cast ahoy! Well, they're not kidding about it being closer, but it's not by a lot. I mean, it is by a decent chunk, but it's not by that much. Maybe 4 or 5 minutes worth of time? Which is, granted, a decent amount. But not a huge amount. Wind spirits are active because it's wind day. And wyvers are being wyvers. And there continue to remain a good amount of hippogriffs over here. Grauberg remains a very hilly country where nothing realistically grows. Like, honestly, this land would be pretty much useless in most circumstances, given how hilly and just in between the valleys it is. You might get some things to grow, but considering the rockiness of the soil you see around just everywhere, not gonna be that much. Maybe some herbs among the flowers and things like that, and you might be able to get some bushes planted, but it's definitely not farmland. Not on any scale, that is. An object beneath the surface gives off a faint shimmering light. And we've acquired our Fey Stone. And now back again we go into southern Sandoria. In the past. And now, Rogastine. Our good old gate guard over here in Sandoria. Much like Gentle Tiger, he's been extremely helpful. Once we got him to believe us. Rostine.
Access to the Victory Gate is not permitted at this time.
Rostine?
What do we have here? Halt! Beyond here lies northern Sandoria and Chateau d'Yonville, the residence of His Majesty King Destin. Only authorized personnel may enter. If you have business here, be gone.
I've brought medicine to give to, Sir Ragnalise. Sir Ragnalise
Is in the midst of convalescence. I have strict orders to allow none to disturb his rest.
But this medicine might well cure him of his illness. I beg you, sir, please allow me to pass.
Orders are orders. I must ask you to remove... What might be the source of this commotion? From what I thought, the pigmen had again breached our walls.
You mean they've breached your walls before? That is surprising.
Apologies, Sir Lilisette. This lass here demands to see Sir Ragnalise, and is being most stubborn about it. Well, if it isn't young Lilisette who stood so staunchly fought beside us at Laval, I'd not imagined to have the pleasure again so soon.
The pleasure's all mine, sir.
This young lady happens to be a most dear friend of Sir Ragnalise. He would be all better for her visit, I promise you. Allow her to pass, I say. As you will, sir. I've been told that Portia, too, has recently arrived to give comfort to our recuperating friend. At just times like this, I wish it were I that took the battle wound. Now off you go, then. 'Twould not make do to make the poor man wait.
You have my gratitude, sir. Sir Ragnalise. Lilisette, why, you're all flushed. Upon what storm did you ride to come here? Sir Ragnalise, please, drink this.
What might this be, pray?
It's an infusion, one that might heal your affliction. Please, sir, you must try it.
Okay. If it may please, my lady, I am powerless to do elsewise.
How do you feel? Does the pain ail you still? Sir Ragnalise.
I shall be fine. My thanks, Lilisette. The knowledge alone that your thoughts are with me lends me strength. Rest assured, a little scratch such as this shall not bedevil me long. Be not discouraged now. Together we'll surely get through this trying time. Portia.
And yet Portia at the time knew not why Lilisette was such upset over Agnalise's problems. What the... As I was saying, only those with pertinent documentation may pass. Listen. Mayhap I can keep it in your stead? Sir Ragnalise, I fear, will be absent from the chateau for a time. Upon his return, however, I shall see that it is delivered to his hands. And now we have the last one. And specifically, this one relates to what nation quest you've done. In our case, it's going to be the Bastok one, but if you've done the Sandoria one, there's a Sandoria one to do. If you did Windhurst, there's obviously the Windhurst floating around. Since we did Bastok, we need to go to Bastok. Am I in the right? I'm not in the right Bastok. I'm definitely in the wrong Bastok. This is normal Bastok markets. We need to go to the past Bastok markets. Not even the markets. We just passed Bastok in general. There we are. And we need Red Canyon to load in. Is it Red Canyon? It is Red Canyon. Then we go back into Bastok. Now, where's she running off to? Like, everything we have seen has put her directly in Sandoria, of all places. What was she doing in Bastok? This man, the man who admitted us, might have an answer for us. Looking for a half-elven, half-human lass with a shock of red hair, eh? Sorry, but I've seen no one around fitting that description. I could have sworn I saw her running over here. My records show that the man you mention, Rachnios, is indeed an active member of the 7th cohorts. Furnish me with a letter of introduction signed in his name, and we'll get you started on the aptitude test.
Need a signed letter from Rachnios? You see, I've reasons to keep my induction a secret from him.
Sorry, but your personal circumstances are none of my concern. If you can't provide the requested documentation, I'll have to see you off.
And what brings you here, little lady? Got a mind to join my jovial band of misfits, eh? Be all you can be. It just so happens that I've got one task that needs wants for doing. One of our men, Gebhardt's his name, was posted up in North Gustaberg at a watchtower named Edard. Silly name, I know. Deal is, we need the supplies delivered there now. Would you be up for it?
But sir, that's the aptitude test.
I think I can remember my own tests, soldier. So what if we'll ever have a shot? No skin off our noses. We can worry about trivial details later. Off you go with these here supplies, little lady. Counting on you.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir. I promise to be equal to the task.
Literally our first mission. Like I said, I haven't seen her around here. If she ever comes by, though, I'll be sure and let you know. So he doesn't remember. I wonder if Gebhardt will. Regardless, it's time to retrace our very first mission we had when coming into Bastok. Mostly to see if Lilisette succeeded or not. Alright, Red Canyon, I need out through the gate at the sluice gate again. Let me out. Silly old man. Not even an old man, silly man. I mean, he does a good job. He does a better job at keeping that place secure than Gentle Tiger does. Like, Gentle Tiger keeps the metalworks not very well secure. Of course, honestly, I can't blame him. No, I can't blame Gentle Tiger for his inability to keep things secure. He just really wants to know what's always going on. And it's that curious nature that... Well, that's not the reason the Tonberry got in, but... It's the reason why everything else keeps happening right under his nose. I can still see that comet in the sky. The Atomos. I believe it is the closest one, the closest tower going this direction. I think it's that one up there.
It's gotta be Gebhardt. There you are, Gebhardt.
Oh my gosh! Is it time already for rations? Oh, an unrelated matter. My mistake. You wanna know if a red-haired dancer lass has recently brought supplies? Sounds like a delivery service made from heaven. But I'm sorry. As such, I'm as disappointed as you are to answer in the negative. Finally! Rations! With the meat's been constantly harrying our supply routes, the men and I didn't know when we'd see our next fairy apple. Speaking of supply routes, I hear those documents got You hear if those documents got to Benedict Watchtower?
We have a situation!
Huh?
What's the matter, man? The documents, they fall into enemy hands.
What in the world has happened?
A party of turbobacks ambushed the unit transporting the president's communication. Those accursed could have went as far as to set a trap. Do we know where they're headed? And nary a clue was left at the scene, but the bunch over at Benedict are gathering intel as we speak. Oh, goddess be good. Should the contents of that missive be made public knowledge? Well, there's no reason for you to get involved in this mess, lass. My thanks for the supplies. I'll see that a word of your service reaches Centurion Albrecht.
Literally our first mission.
Huh?
Was that what they call an out-of-body experience?
Anyways, as I was saying, no red-haired dancer lass brought us supplies. More's the pity.
I mean, that's literally our first mission. Not only the supply run, but the XIV and the President's missive all at once. It's awfully suspicious that it happened twice in a row. Twice. I don't want to say conspiratorially that they're employing these XIV to test out potential candidates, but it seems like maybe. Which would be highly suspicious. Highly suspicious. Got caught on a rock. How dare we get caught on a rock? Right, lower. Now we gotta go search out Roderick again. We all remember good old Roderick. You know, Roderick, the guy in charge of the jail cells over here. The guy who couldn't keep Zaid put away in a dungeon. No matter how hard he tried. Of course, granted, that wasn't his fault, mind you. But hey, it is technically still his fault.
There's been no word from the unit dispatched to the northeast to retrieve the missive. Our permission has only come down to send a second unit to the Khadiv's western camp. Last. In the time it'll take us to ready our troops, the enemy will be long gone.
The Republican army seems in quite a bind right now. Not enough hands to go round, it seems. The camp located due west, was it?
Huh? A dancer girl with a hair of fire? Yep. Sad to say, I haven't had the pleasure of seeing such a person. And now we have to go all the way to the north to find that barricade. That one. We've almost retrieved all her memories, however. And these are just shenanigans she was up to while we weren't around. Granted, I don't know what she was doing back in Bastok or when she was in Bastok, but still. She apparently was in Bastok at some point. And she couldn't help herself but try and get involved directly with the military company we're a part of. Why? I wish I knew. And the barricade. Oh, there he is again.
Not so fast! I believe you something that doesn't belong to you. Surrender that missive this instant, or future fabulous will make you wish you did. Oh. Making up with numbers with what you lack in style, I see. Raknios were here, the whole lot of you would be canned and shipped as turtle soup in a heartbeat.
Hold it right there, shellbacks!
Huh?
Oh, shame on you, picking on a young lady on a lonesome. Makes for far more even fight, don't you think? My thanks, lass. If it weren't for you, the captive would have most likely slipped through our grasp. But no time for merriment. Doubtless the quill pushers back at headquarters are at the edge of their seats, waiting for news of this missive.
That is nearly word for word and beat for beat exactly our first mission. I mean, beat for beat and everything. Makes me wonder if the only reason she was doing this was to see whether or not we would still remember her. Because remember, that was an ongoing problem for a while there. And Lilisette is nothing if not anxious over being forgotten. Extremely anxious. So, in that sense, I get it. I get not wanting to be forgotten. On the other hand, there's better ways to go about that, Lilisette. And I'm just looking at the next set of missions and being like, where do we want to stop? I think probably the next BCNM, if we can get there at a decent time. Which would put us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 missions? Yeah, from 42 to 46. Yeah, that'll be a good stopping point, I think, if we can get there at a decent time frame. Which a lot of these should be fairly easy to do in fairly short order. Assuming the voice holds out. It depends on how many lines Atmos or any deep grovelly Golka we get between now and then. All right. Albrecht. what you have in the memory.
Ha ha ha! So that was you dancing circles around them orcs in the bowels of Juno. That certainly puts things into perspective.
Very kind of you to remember, sir.
Even a fool could see you got both spirit and skill aplenty. You'd be a valuable addition to the 7th cohort, no doubt. But I'm afraid I can't grant you your wish.
What? But why?
You haven't so much as said it, but your motivation for joining us is none other than to help Rachnios, correct? Hit the nail smack bang on the head, did I? You and Rachnios are close, like brother and sister. I did see you two in action back in the duchy, after all. But take my advice. If you truly have a mind to help Rachnios, don't go blindly following in his footsteps. Keep your own path, and you work towards becoming the person only you can be. That's how you build the foundation for an unbeatable team. Being his close comrade, you should know better than most that worries are wasted on Rachnios. You might have heard already, but your friend's been leaving his positive influence all over the Republic. Even the Mithril Musketeers, the President's right arm, hold him in high esteem. Says a great deal, doesn't it? What's more, got this feeling. That distance, no matter how great, can never keep the two of you apart for long. So, be at ease and keep walking your own path, little lady. Rachnios is in good hands here, and that's a promise.
Thank you, sir.
And that should be our last fragment. Now make haste and report to Kite Sith. And again, we can use any of those cavernous maws. And we have to hope that the cat has survived the wonderful assault on her poor self. And so back we go to the survival guide. Hold up, what are you wearing? Level 77 sword. Red mage? Gotta be a red mage. No. Teleportation assistance to... It is in Durfland. Rolandberry. Yeah, it doesn't matter which one we go to. Absorb us one more time into the walk. Take us, Atamos.
Or perhaps should I say, take us to Atamos.
Big news! Were you able to procure the objects we sought? The items in question?
Yes. Here they are. All of her memories.
So, these are Lilisette's memories. Her very essence. Huh?
And in Grauberg, the one location we've been frequenting. Of course.
The blinding column of light Atmos just sent lancing down to the surface. It appears to have fallen in the vicinity of Grauberg. If the regal feline's not mistaken, my eyes saw true. Let's make haste there, Arachnios, and ascertain the nature of this phenomenon. Find out what's up, ha!
Yes. Yes, we should. However, because we are once again in the past, Ma, I did not mean to hit the question marks. What did I just activate? What did I accidentally activate with the question marks? I just want to go to the past. Methinks I may have accidentally entered the Walk of Echoes for Void Watch. I think I may have accidentally activated Void Watch. Oh, I have accidentally, hold on one second. Methinks we have accidentally, and this is completely on accident, we are now currently in, Rhapsodies.
You're now in Rhapsody's content. Da-da-da-da-da-da. There you are. Bugger, yes. I am accidentally in Rhapsody's. We are accidentally now in Rhapsody's. So... Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. We are accidentally in Rhapsody's. Bugger. We're here because we need Iroha to be accepted. Right, because the world has already... Okay, in Rhapsodies, Iroha has been sent backwards in time. Again, problems have happened. In fact, her world's dead, pretty much. Kite Sith might have the answer because the world has rejected Iroha's existence. What a perplexing conundrum. I'm quite lucky to been protected by the goddess, but a great pair of white wings is wrapped around you in its embrace. Though I'm hard-pressed to say why. I haven't got a whit of an idea. But those without such a boon cannot traverse the boundaries of time. Why would you think that there would be a means to save her? Count your blessings that Phoenix felt the need to save her at all. Most would have been left by the wayside. Why that dour look? Don't tell me you've come mewling with some trite complainant. Of course, isn't there anything we can do? Of course you're upset. It's understandable. But don't mistake my honesty for callousness. Your story has shook me to the bones, sent a chill up my spine. I'm still letting it sink in. A force so mighty that it can charm even Siren, the very mistress of seduction. I'm positively at the end of my rope, my wit's end. But still another option. Surely I don't need to tell you who Altana is. Never once have I been able to set eyes on her. But you... A day may yet come when you'll be able to see her in person. Become the most intimate of acquaintances. Because you and yours are children of the goddess. Wait, I have an idea. Flash of inspiration! Altana may be able to provide Iroha with the succor she needs. And if she can set everything right, it makes my whiskers twitch. Her love is eternal and and surpass the very laws of our world. Of course, this leaves the one small problem of how exactly you go about communing with her. Your first order of business should be to set things right in this world. Help subjugate the forces that threaten it. I'll claw at the problem from a couple of different angles in the meantime. But never give up, spread your wings, and soar to the heavens! Well, that was completely unexpected, and not what I meant to do in the slightest. Okay, currently we're ganged up on. Okay, we'll add that to our current missions folder. And try not do that again. Now let us return to the present. Because that was completely unexpected. So, technically we need to go back to Grauberg. However, on our way to Grauberg, we're actually going to use this. Instead of going directly to Grauberg, you know, via the campaign, there's a reason we're going there via this way. And that's because on the next quest, after this one, we need a specific item. And it can only be gotten from some Khadivs. Generally in Pashau. Or Bado. I'm hoping we can get them from some up over here. It's a fairly common drop, or somewhat common drop. We're gonna grab... Where's Lion? There you are. Grab Lion. Zaid. And where's Chokiki? Kiki. Grab Cherokiki, and for the fun of it, we'll grab Captain Clara as well. Because what we need is a punch bug, is what they're called. I'm not sure where the closest Khadivs are. It would appear there are none in immediate vicinity. But I do know they do exist around here somewhere. Okay, there's an Elder Khadiv. Silvers also don't... Elders and silvers do not drop. We need ancients, golds, or Varja, so I'm not sure where those are located. Rubies, zircons, liliths. Oh, the coelacanths. Oh, the Karloths. Those drop it. The Luz to the south. There's like 3 of them. I'm not sure what those are. I thought those might be some type of NM, but... Oh, it's these guys. It's the Slugmen. It's the Slugs. How nice of them to name their slugs. How nice of them to name their giant sloths slugs. Aqua Geode, that's not what we need. A shard of obsidian, that's not what we need. I know there's more Khadivs over here, and I think there might be some more Luz as well. Over by Bado. Golds. There's the Varjas. Golds and the Varjas. Gold Varjas and Ancients. Excellent. And there's our punch bug. That's what we needed. And from the gold, that's actually very common. Drop. And that was all we needed.
Wow, that one missed altogether.
Karakuki, get out from behind that gate. You shouldn't even be back there. Goodness gracious, NPCs and they're just breaking everything, going places they shouldn't go. It's absolutely maddening. That's not the first time I think we've had a punch bug, but it's... Come on, let us through, let us through! Come on, let me up the hill. Got caught on a tree and a cliff. Now, this says specifically to unequip all your weapons. I don't know why it says that, but it does say to do that. That is entirely a mystery. And it's been a while since we've been forced to walk around completely unarmed. I think the last time was when we were entering... was at the end of Treasures of Oddard Gone when we were entering the palace. Because as typical, you're not allowed in the palace if you're, you know, carrying a weapon. It thematically makes sense. Oh, we're gonna have to wait another in-game day. Oh, I should switch this back to Wings of the Goddess. There we go. We should have... I mean, either way, farming of the punch bug was not going to take particularly long. It suggests to it the next quest, farm that punch bug. Because the next quest has us right back here. Yeah, it's typical. Because remember that vertical conflux that I examined in the middle of the area? Yeah, we're examining it again. Only this time, we are required to.
Greetings and salutations, children of Altana. Thou art most welcome in this sanctuary. A short time ago, a newborn soul was sent to us from heavens above. Judging from thy concerned countenance, 'tis clear she's known to thee. Pray, follow me hither.
An egg?
A warm, gentle child, brimming with hope and promise.
Is this Lilisette?
Thy friend came to us bearing wounds enough for 12 lifetimes to torment. My kin and I have done what we can to heal her of her hurts, yet 'tis not enough. Her full recovery wanteth for one more thing, the power of our future in which she believeth.
You mean the brighter future from whence she came? The place she calls home?
When the time is right and all conditions are fulfilled, thy friend shall surely awaken.
Conditions?
Her future needs to be brought near, for only then will she be able to draw strength from it.
Lilisette's future. I think I understand. Have an inkling? We have to settle the score. Put finis on our to our foes. So, it's the crossroads of reality and time which we must return. The Walk of Echoes. But as we are, we don't stand a chance. Face unsurmountable odds. The scales weigh heavy in favor of Lilith's faction. Grossly lopsided. Consequently, the powers of those aligned with the dark free future have burdened their might surges. Unless we can shift the scale back towards our reality and regain lost ground, we can't hope to fight our foe on even terms. But how? There's never left a thing we can do. Fresh out of options. Nah! Ragnos, I've just remembered our most important errand. Urgent business. Will you be alright in my absence? On your lonesome? But I voice a redundant concern. Worry needlessly. Knowing you for resilient adventurer that you are, you will cope just fine. Will fare admirably. Isn't that right?
Coping is my middle name.
Ever the dependable champion of dawn, I see. Altana's chosen. Now then, we shall meet here again before long. Regroup. And thence, we shall secure a foothold in our future and awaken Lilisette. Restore equilibrium.
Go assured, friends, for my kin and I shall keep vigil over the child in thine absence. Pray, take all care. May fortune smile upon thee.
And now, basically, we have to wait for the day to reset. So we may as well travel to Bastok and wait for the time to pass. Because technically all we have to do for this next 3 set of missions is go back and talk to the vertical conflux, the vertical conflux after a day passes. Then we trade the punch bug to the vertical conflux for a cutscene. And then we enter the Walk of Echoes and fight the BCNM. Oh. Looks like our little friend is missing from here where he was been standing. That's a little disappointing, but understandable. Okay, Montrov is not reset yet. What is the current status of my other currencies? Lots of combat points. It has been a while. Currently we're at a point of temporary waiting for the in-game day to pass in 11, as it often does in a lot of these missions. Although less so. Oddert Gone was full of a lot of wait for the next in-game day. I mean, it was full of them too. Yeah. It's also half the reason I'm not entirely concerned with other things with I don't want to say. I might be able to help with that. Yeah. Go for it. Since I've got nothing else going on, yeah. Go for it. I might be able to help. Though if it's anything involving Windows 11, I might not be that much of assistance. Ooh, that sounds like it's trying to install things on a folder where it doesn't have permissions for. I've not run across that myself, but Play Online is also an extremely unusual... what am I trying to say? An old piece of software. So that... are you running... I'm assuming... Are you running it as an administrator? I'm assuming you're on Windows. I would try that. Failing that... Oh, Play Online is absolutely terrible. I mean, it's well known that it would be a great software for them to remove if they could, but I don't think they can, because I'm pretty sure it's tied into the back end. You're running Windows 11. I might try... If the administrator mode... If the running it as administrator doesn't work... Try running it in an earlier compatibility mode. I wouldn't go too far back. I don't know if there's a 10 compatibility mode, a Windows 10 compatibility mode, or if you'd have to go with like Windows 7 compatibility mode. I wouldn't go any earlier than Windows 7 compatibility mode. Well, it's not that they can't afford it, it's that I'm not sure... I don't know how the game itself is programmed. It might not be easily feasible to do so. That might be the only reason they keep it around. Is that it is so deeply integrated that they haven't figured out how to tear it out, and they don't want to take the sheer volume of time it would take. Which absolutely sucks. No, I've never had that problem. Neither on my Windows installation nor my Linux installation here. I've never had that problem. But then again, I've never run Windows 11 either, so I'm not sure what it could be doing. Oh, we should probably re-equip our weapons, now that I think about it. Put back on our Nautica. Yeah, we're still live. With Windows, it's hard to tell what the problem could be. I hate to say that. Yeah, we finally got onto Wings of the Goddess, and we're about... Mission 43 of 54, so we're actually pretty close. It did, and I don't see why, but it could be because that was when they were expanding the... I mean, no, the devs didn't help it, but I think this is also when they expanded the level cap to 99, or shortly thereafter, so that definitely didn't help matters when they decided to break away from the static level 75 content they'd been doing. But also, I don't know about the devs at the time, so that may have been another major problem. Okay, that guy's at G4. Yeah, currently we're at the, at a waiting point. Because we have to wait for the time, we have to wait for 2 more in-game hours in order to be able to do anything of importance. Grumble, grumble, moan, moan. Granted, there's been, like I said, a lot fewer of these than you would expect. Than what we saw in treasures of Oddart Gone. In Oddart Gone, those would be back to back to back. It's like, and you got a cutscene. Now you got to wait another in-game day. And another time, another in-game day. It honestly got very annoying. 14's lagging. Oh, that's not a good sign. Hopefully it's only a temporary thing. Besides, we've got another hour before we have to be on there. Right? That's how that works, right? So many temple knights. I'm not sure why, because Abyssia was not terrible content from what I experienced of it. Ah, okay. That is the exact reason why I don't want to say its name. I dare not utter its name. But that is why the private server, still exists. I mean, you could, and you still can. It does take a little bit of effort to go from 0 to 99. But that's also because that's when they started stacking endgame upon endgame upon endgame upon itself, so yeah. That's the one. Which is currently suffering some... Ah, you play it too. Okay. Well, I might see you in there or not. I'm occasionally in there with, specifically, the other person who chatted in there. She's in there, and one of our other 14 guildmates. We are occasionally in there. Gonna be honest, I have my issues. I have my issues with that. And it is specifically around the amount of time grind they put into it. Yeah, that's Kyo. She's one of the others that's occasionally in Horizon too. My issues with it is it's primarily around the grind. It is... That's where my issues around pretty much everything in Horizon exist, is because it is... I don't have the time. I mean, I'm in my... No, it's a different name. I believe it's under Stompin' Llama, so it's a different name than what's on screen. And like I said, I'm occasionally on there. If I'm in any form of 11, I'm in retail 11. I do that more often because I'm not gonna lie. Horizon by itself does not interest me. I don't have the time like I would have back in like 04. Even though in 04 I would have had time, but really anything past like 07, which would be around the time Rings of the Goddess happened, I wouldn't have had time. Like I was in college in 07. From 07 to 11. And I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't have had time to put in the time in 11 during that time period. Well, you're not entirely wrong there. I just always find more things to do in 14 that I haven't done. It depends on what you're trying to do in 14. I do a lot of things in 14. Like as Keo will attest, I'm one of the primary crafters in our small guild, free company in 14. I also tend to do a lot of the, especially now that they've added the planets for crafting, I tend to do a lot of that. I still haven't gotten into Ozzy's, the new one, lately, because I've just been so busy with everything else in life. There's the relic grind in 14 that I still have not fully done. There's a bunch of small things that I just haven't had time to do in 14. Like, there are still time sinks in 14, and I've been max level for a while. Yeah, and I could see that, I can see that. Like, I'm gonna be honest, as a relief from study, especially for like a master's, yeah, I could see 11 being a pretty good break from that. I really could see that. And it's definitely, it has a certain charm to it. Its lack of voice acting is absolutely annoying, but that's given me a chance to practice my own voice acting and improv, and it's gotten better. I still only have about 3 female voices and maybe half a dozen male voices, but there's only so much I can do with that. Alright, check on the conflux yet again. Is it the conflux? Yes, we check on the conflux again. Pixies!
Impeccable timing as ever, Arachnios. I'm in dire need of your ample tracking prowess. Your not inconsiderable fetching abilities.
Of course, that's the only thing I'm good for, is tracking things down for everybody and bringing them items.
The punch bug. You must help me catch it. Bring it back.
Kite Sith!
The punch bug is fond of dark, damp places, cramped, moist environs. It can't have gotten that far away. Should still be near. I shall focus my search hereabouts. I would appreciate it if you scour Pasho marshlands. Get down and dirty in mud. Well.
Oh! Oh, there's a quad. Is that a quad? This has got to be a quad boxer by the looks of it. This is someone who's quad boxing. That is complicated, and I don't even want to think about how you go about that. Let's see, I have a punch bug somewhere in my inventory.
You did it, Arachnios! Recovered what we lost! Without further ado, I shall pick things up from where I left off. Carry on as if nothing happened. So take this here, slip it in like so. Mada, 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 mada. Ta-da! It's fully complete. Unfinished no more! Arachnios, I want you to take this and with you. Keep it on your person. The bottled punch bug. Our secret enemy weapon against the enemy. Trump card.
I don't know how that's gonna help, but you're the strategist, not me.
Ever since we were reft of Lilisette, your reality has slowly but surely been fading away. Unless we take preventative measures, with due haste, Atomos here will devour the brighter future without abandon, until nothing remains. Baked clean to the last memory orb. In pondering possible courses of action, it occurred to me. Came to mind.
By the way, that white orb thing, that is Lilisette. We've recovered her memories through shenanigans, and now she is Egg. I don't know why she is Egg, but she is Egg.
What if we were to harness the power of the brighter future, that of your memories and experiences, to aid in the fight? Improve the odds. The bottled punch bug will serve as a channel that grants access to that power. A bridge of sorts.
Okay. Not sure how that works, but we'll go with that.
Though, you should be able to amplify your strength, if only temporarily. For a wee while. Truth to tell, its usage would be frowned upon as a violation of natural order. But we don't have the luxury of dwelling on that finer point, or fretting over inconvenient details. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The reality from whence you came is no illusion, not make-believe. Come what may, we must ever keep faith in the future that you wish to be. The world whose survival you desire. Let's go, Rachnios. Strike out! Destiny awaits us at the crossroads of reality and the time. The Walk of Echoes. We go to settle a score and reclaim the future. Rescue Lilisette.
Let us go to the Walk of Echoes. Oh. Sorry, genius. I don't know what they're doing there, but they are. Well, this is actually the first time actually physically being present in the Walk of Echoes, so I have zero clue what to actually do here. But this is going to be the last mission. This is a burning circle. Or will be a burning circle. There you are. Soon or late, I knew you'd show up. You just don't know when to quit, do ya? Not that you need reminding, but you're all out of playing pieces. No amount of struggling will avail you now. So why don't you save us some trouble and give up?
Larzos? And Wriggling and Portia. Shame on you for betraying Lilisette and Rachnios' trust. Turning your coats. Worse, you went so far as to sell your souls to the dark divinity like a sack of yams. A pack of pot-potos.
A creature as near a beastman as makes no difference would presume to admonish me?
My soul is for sale to neither god nor man. There existed an enemy that wanted for vanquishing. I merely made a choice. One that granted me the power I needed to accomplish my objective. Think not ill of me, Rachnios.
Even you, Portia? Selfish though it may sound, it matters not what becomes of me or the future. But a world without Sir Ragnares is like a world bereft of light. I could not abide such a place. But...
You've made a habit of questioning our motives, Cat. But what are your own? You and yours seek to prevent the true future from coming to pass. Me and mine, on the other hand, have taken up arms against Altana's will. Fact is, both of our existences are sinful in the eyes of the gods, and there ain't no changing that.
But I won't stand for such slander. Unlike you, savory bunch, we fight to realize an ideal, goddess-sanctioned world. We fight for great justice.
A Beastmaster should be sometime in the next patch, like April, probably. Most likely. It'll either be April or 7.55. One of the two. We'll see you around. Spare us the rhetoric. Even a hoodman could see that next to nothing separates our two factions. That we're but two sides of the same coin. I, for one, could care less for justice and utopias. We glaze our words with honey and put on a righteous facade, but in truth we're not more than power-starved scoundrels. Even as I stood engulfed in the cold flames of the underworld, I became awakened to my deepest, darkest desires. 'Twas an epiphany as such I'd never known. That's good to know. For all my gallantry and talk of honor, what truly drove my existence was the feel of hard steel in my hand as it cleaves the flesh and bone of mine enemies, spilling their lifeblood. I have all my life been a soldier. By the sword I have lived, and by it I shall die. I shall slay the Shadow Lord, or perish in so trying.
Ring-a-ling.
I have chosen my path, as you have yours. There's naught to say now, but stay our resolve and see things through to the last. And then we have shown up. Our shade.
Your Rachnios.
Fortunately, he will not power scale like we will.
Consider this a mirror into your future, Rachnios.
Rachnios?
Trust in me. And my very slow but powerful two-handed greatsword.
Right. Let's finish this once and for all. Put an end to this overlong struggle.
The stage is set for our decisive battle, and there's no lack for cast members. Whatever
Whatever the outcome, the end will see these grounds awash in the blood of scoundrels.
let it begin. Set free your inner beast, and come at us with all your strength.
When wills collide. Okay, let us begin with Korumaru. Notice how the fourth Spite Warden does not, even though they could just have copied your player name, they refuse to, and I find that utterly hilarious. And we'll summon Clara because we can. Good old Captain Clara of Bastok. I mean, and at item level, these guys are gonna struggle to even hit me. Oh, there goes Portia down. Oh, that was easy. Oh, and there goes, Ragnios down. That just leaves, Ragnalise. He's a paladin, so he should have... Oh, nope, he didn't even put out, Ginta uses hourly. That's a shame. 1 minute and 39 seconds. Absolutely no question. We were gonna come out on top.
It would appear mine eyes did not deceive me. You're Everly Ilm, the man I marked you for. Ragnios.
So, this is the power of the goddess, tempered in the blazing forge of our children's hopes and dreams. You have proven yourself worthy of my respect. I'm gutted that my time's up. Oh, there's no helping it. Victory belongs to they who want it more.
What'll become of those two? Will they be alright?
Have no fear. I value their lives above my own. It's my final act. I will see them to safety. Farewell, bearers of Altana's will.
We do technically need those two alive for the future to happen, period.
The Ragnalese. Those who fought the war, none was more valorous, more honorable than you. The folks of both realities know this well. For the sake of the future, it don't matter which. You must live on. Pray, forgive my premature departure. It's honored to have served beside you, my lord.
Out of all the Spite Wardens, Larzos was the most polite and honorable of them. He truly was. Much like his normal one.
That reminds me. Let us hasten back to Grauberg, to where Lilisette slumbers.
But of course. Now, we are, in fact, going to have to unequip our weapons yet again. And we are going to do exactly one last cutscene, which is technically another mission. Because between that mission and the next mission is another in-game day wait. So rather than, wait to do that again, start off the next stream with another in-game day wait, let's just make that where we end things. That was Laserbeak. That was one of the quad boxers there.
Huh? Lilisette's soul. It's beginning to glow, emitting light.
And it stopped.
Why won't she awaken? Don't tell me. We were too late. We're slow to return. Oh, Lilisette. Lilisette, come back to us. Wake up. Yes.
Yeah, you no doubt have very little bodily control at this point. Your brain is scrambled, no doubt.
Lilisette. Oh, the goddess Altana be praised. Arachnios, Kite, Sith, isn't it a little too early to be awake? You've been asleep for far too long, more like. Overslept something fearless. If only you knew how much Arachnios and I feared for you. How much of a fright you gave us. What happened to me? Arachnios? You saved me? That he did, most resolutely, with unparalleled singleness of mind. Arachnios roamed far and wide, returning only after you gathered all your scattered memories. Found them all.
And it was no small feat either.
Huh? Oh, thank you, Arachnios. I owe you so much.
As I earlier explained, Arachnios, together you two formed the wings of the goddess, the bearer of Altana's divine will. Good lord, my mouth today. Only in union can you soar the skies and fulfill the desires you share, the destiny you share, your prophesized task.
I see. Lady Lilith, are we going to confront her?
Yes, it's past time we get to grips with her. Can no longer delay the denouncement. The denouement. But you, Lilisette, have been through much and more as of late. Suffered unspeakable traumas. Anyone could tell by looking at you that you're spring chicken. But none could know how right they'd be. Quite literally correct. But we know better, and as such you shall remain here for nonce and convalescence. Recover your strength.
All right.
To the enemy's dismay, we've clawed back to be on a footing with them. Stand on even ground. I'd wager this is the first taste of desperation. Their introduction to fear. We must take this as a means to mean that they will come at us in force, with steel singing and magic blazing. Ready yourself as best you can, Arachnios. Go meticulously prepared.
Bye-bye, cat.
When the harbinger cometh, the champions of dawn shall descend. The maiden of dusk shall descend. Bear witness, Atomos. Behold which side of the playing board shall be left tear-drenched when the dust settles. When all is said and done. And finally, with that, we have reached the end for today's wonderful jaunt in Final Fantasy XI. We are now on mission 48 of 54. I don't anticipate it getting completed next stream, but most definitely at the very earliest next Saturday. So, barring issues, that should be the earliest we should see the end of Wings of the Goddess. Which leaves us exactly one expansion and 2 storylines left. Assuming I don't accidentally stumble across them like I did today. We had an accidental divergence into Rhapsodies. Accidental. Completely accidental. I targeted the wrong thing going through cavernous maws. I'm surprised it took this long for that to happen. Not gonna lie.
But with all that, we'll see you all tentatively Monday morning at 12:30, midnight 30, for a grab pack of various games to be tested on Linux. I have a list of my Steam library finally. I have to go through it and still weed out some other things we've streamed, but I have a list. I think I can link it here. I'll have some people check it before I make sure and start posting it everywhere. But that is the entire Steam library, all 1,600 games. Yeah. And I'll be looking to add my GOG games to it. And then I have to sort them. So there's definitely work going on behind the scenes. But with any luck, we'll have a Linux variety pack on Monday. And we'll be back in Final Fantasy XI on Wednesday and Saturday. We're getting closer, ever so much closer. We'll see you next time.